Okay. Jefferson County Court, law number 2 is now in session. The court is in session with 3 dockets on today's date of September 16, 2024. We have a jury trial docket, announcement docket, and a pretrial conference docket. When I call your name, please come forward before the bench with your attorney. If your attorney is not here, your attorney may be in another court handling another matter, and we'll wait for your attorney to arrive. First case is cause number M331514, case of style of state of Texas versus Damian Castle. Good morning, Mr. Castle. Your full name is Damian Castle.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing, Mr. Castle?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Mr. Castle. You're representing in your case by your attorney, Tom Roebuck. Attorney Roebuck, how are you doing?
Very good, Your Honor. Thanks for asking.
State is represented in this case by attorney Andrew Hubel. Attorney Hubel, how are you doing?
Doing well, Judge, yourself.
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Now, Mr. Hubel, what is your announcement?
State is ready, but I believe defense is, also has an announcement.
Yeah, we're gonna plead unagreed to the court.
Oh, you're gonna do unagree? Okay, so you still need to fill out the tablet with the exception of the, I guess on the plea form, you, instead of putting an agreement, it'll be unagreed. Okay. Okay, so you still need to fill out the tablet. Okay, just have a seat. Next case is cause number 24CCCR 0828, case of style of state of Texas versus Pamela Bowie.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Ms. Bowie, your full name is Pamela Bowie.
Pamela Gail Boyd.
Okay, how are you doing, Ms. Bowie?
Blessed and highly favored.
That's good. Can be better than being blessed and highly favored. Now, Ms. Bowie, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney David Grove. Attorney Grove, how are you doing?
Real good, Judge. Thank you.
That's good. Now, Mr. Grove, what is your announcement in Ms. Bowie's case?
This is a new case, Judge, and I'd ask to have a resetting so I can discuss it further with Mr. Hubel, the DA, and see if we can resolve it.
Give us a reset date. Okay, this case will be reset to October 28th, 2024. Ms. Bowie, your attorney is going to get your reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Thank you. And Mr. Grove, you'll be free to go as well. You have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
You are. Next case is cause number M332348, case of style of state of Texas versus Jason Michael Maggio. Mr. Maggio, your full name is Jason Michael Maggio.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing, Mr. Maggio?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Maggio, you're representing your case by your attorney, Corey Crenshaw. Attorney Crenshaw, how are you doing?
Doing well, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. And the state is represented in this case by Attorney Kelly Simmons. Attorney Simmons, how are you doing?
I'm great, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Crenshaw, what is your announcement in Mr. Maggio's case?
Judge, we just received a new offer in this case. I'm going to convey that to my client. I don't think it'll be resolved today, but I think it will be resolved on the next setting. If we could come back, I think you already have me set twice in December for pretrial conference, once December 9th, once December 16th, whichever date the ladies would prefer to be on, whatever docket is the shortest. Maybe we could come back that date and have it resolved for you.
Okay, could you look at that docket? What was those dates?
For the 16th.
It's for 16.
Let's do the 16th. Maybe we'll catch Miss Simmons in the Christmas spirit.
Pretty good on
Okay.
this one, Corey.
Okay, Mr. Maggio, your cases will be reset to December 16, 2024. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. Next case is cause number M333870. Case is style of state of Texas versus Oziel Obispo.
He's,
Mr. Obispo is on Zoom.
yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Obispo, would you please take your mic off mute? How are you doing, Mr. Obispo?
I'm doing good, Your Honor. How about you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Bispo, you're represented by your attorney, Attorney Corey Crenshaw. Attorney Crenshaw, what's your announcement?
Your
In
Honor.
Mr. Bispo's.
Yes, Your Honor. He was submitted for pretrial diversion, and we're going to have to do an appeal. But the good news is I think we'll have that one resolved with a pretrial diversion. If we could come back on the December 9th docket, because if it is resolved with a pretrial diversion, then it would be dismissed and we wouldn't have to come back. So if we could
Pretrial diversion.
yes.
Okay. Okay, that case will be reset to December 9th. Mr. Obispo, your attorney is gonna get your reset. Once you get your your attorney will, and your bondsman will be given a reset. Stay in contact with your attorney and your bondsman. You're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Next case is cause number 23CCCR 0783, case of style of state of Texas versus Clark Alexander Shores. Mr. Shores is also appearing via Zoom. Mr. Shores, how are you doing?
I'm great, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. And Mr. Shores, you also represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Corey Crenshaw. And Attorney Crenshaw, what is your announcement in Mr. Shores' case?
Judge, this case was transferred from next door and it wasn't assigned to a prosecutor, but it is now. So I'm working on getting an offer and getting it resolved. If we can please come back on the December 16th pretrial conference docket, we'll have an offer by that time and hope to have a resolution for the court.
Okay. Clark Shores.
We can come back on 12/16.
I'll look it up by the end of the day.
Okay. Now, Mr. Shores, I was looking here. This case was transferred. I didn't see. I see you have a DWI second. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, our standard bond conditions require that you have a interlock device on any motor vehicle that you own or operate. They should have gave you that at the jail. And give me those bond conditions.
Judge, I'll get a copy today from the court and provide it to my client for the court and
Okay.
get him in a compliance with those.
Okay, give me a copy of those bond conditions. Give me that other folder, must be another. Unless it's in this one. Oh, here it is. No, here it is. Okay, now, Mr. Shores, I'll just read you the standard bond conditions in County Court Law number 2. And it states that, following the return of a criminal information in County Court Law number 2, all bail bonds executed for release of any defendant named herein are ordered subject to the additional condition number 1. Defendant shall commit no offense against the laws of this state, any other state, or of the United States. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, sir.
And condition number 2, the defendant shall submit to testing for drugs and alcohol at any time as directed by the court. The court may revoke the bond and order the arrest of any defendant who refuses to submit to a test for drugs and alcohol when directed to do so by the court, or B, submit to a test for drugs and alcohol, and the test indicates the presence of drugs, alcohol in the defendant's body. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, sir.
Condition number 3 does not apply. However, condition number 4 does apply because the offense that you have, DWI second, is a subsequent offense listed under section 149, under section 49.04 through 4906 of the Texas Penal Code. And condition number 4 states as follows: a defendant whose information charges any subsequent offense listed under section 49.04 through 4906 of the Texas Penal Code shall not operate any motor vehicle unless the vehicle is equipped with an interlock device mechanism that makes impractical operations of the vehicle. If ethyl alcohol is detected in the breath of the operator, and said device shall be installed at the defendant's expense with written verification of such installation being submitted to the court on or before 3 days after the date. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And condition number 5 states the defendant shall obtain, maintain, pay for, and have no violations within the initial interlock device and mobile breath device. Any violation will be grounds for revocation. You understand that condition?
Yes, sir.
And condition number 6, defendants must attend NA meetings 3 times a week and provide proof to the court. You understand that condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, Mr. Shores, if you violate any one of these conditions, your bond will be revoked, and if your bond is revoked, warrant will be issued for your arrest. Need to make
Yes, sir.
several copies of that. That's my last one.
Okay.
Okay, and your attorney will be given your bond conditions, and also we'll give him a sign-in sheet for NA meetings. Okay, stay in contact with your attorney, your bondman, you're free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next case is Devin Stewart, cause number M331864.
If we could recall this one at the end, Judge.
I hope, okay,
I need to, is it yours?
It's not assigned, but I'll take it.
Okay, it's not, I'm gonna try to get an offer and get it.
Okay,
resolved today.
okay, I'll hold on that. You can have a seat. Next case is cause number 23CCCR 0860 and cause number 23CCCR 2323. Oh, and cause number 23CCCR 2324. All 3 cases are styled the state of Texas versus Christopher James Wilcox.
Dismissals were submitted on all those cases.
Oh, they were?
They were, Judge.
Okay, for your next one. Next case is cause number M329292. Case is styled Julian Ibarra. Mr. Barry, your full name is Julian Demetrio Ibarra?
Yes.
How are you doing, Mr. Barry? I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. And Mr. Barry, you're representing your case by your attorney, Attorney Corey Crenshaw. Attorney Crenshaw, what's your announcement in Mr. Barrow's case?
We're working on a resolution, Judge, but it's not ready today. If we could come back on the December 16th pretrial conference docket, I'll try to have it resolved.
Okay.
That's,
Okay, Mr. Barrow, your case is gonna be reset on December 16th. Once you get your reset from your attorney. Oh,
You wanna put his name on this?
yeah, I need it. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Stay in contact with your attorney and your boss.
I think there's only one.
Yeah.
That's also
Next case,
a dismissal that's being refiled.
Mendoza.
Yes.
Okay,
Just, Mendoza's a dismissal that's being refiled this morning as a, reduced case, and we'll be ready with the plea as soon as they're done with the paperwork upstairs.
That's correct, Judge.
oh, okay. Okay,
Thank you.
motion.
It's just not showing it.
It's
It's not. I wonder if I should give him a call.
You wanna do that reset for them now? Yeah, for the 28th, 20th.
You good?
Is Nathan Lamel present? Please come forward.
Yeah, he got a thing.
Okay, Debs County Court of Law #2 is back in session and cause number 24 CCCR 1688, cause number 24 CCCR 1690. Both cases are styled the state of Texas versus Nathan Damon Lamel. Mr. Lamel, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How are you doing, Mr. Lamel? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Lamel, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Ryan Matuska. Mr. Matuska, how are you doing?
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Matuska. What is your announcement in Mr. Lamel's cases?
Judge, we're asking for another announcement setting. The case could be reset to October 28th. That's the same date that his felony was reset to
October 28th.
in the 252nd court.
This is Nathan Lamel, page 4 of the announcement docket. Yes, October 28th, 2024. Mr. Lamel, your attorney is going to get your resets. Once you get your resets from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Please stand in front of the court coordinator. And Mr. Matuska, are these your only two cases?
We have one on the trial docket together, Judge.
Okay. Next case is cause number 23 CCCR 2436, case style of state of Texas versus Josie Cornell Bobino. Okay, Ms. Bobino, your full name is Josie Cornell Bobino?
Yes, sir.
How are you doing, Ms. Bobino? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking, Ms. Bobino. You're representing your case by your attorney, Ryan Matuska. Attorney Matuska, what is your announcement in Ms. Bobino's case?
Your Honor, we have an agreement. We're asking for a reset so we could do restitution.
Okay,
correct,
you
Your
have
Honor.
an agreement. Okay, how much time do you need?
30 days.
Okay, we're gonna reset 30 days to pay restitution. This is Josie Bobino, page 4 of the trial docket, second case. Case is reset for to pay the restitution. And then once restitution is paid, the case is dismissed.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. Okay, give us a set date, 30 days. Okay, this case is reset October 14, 2024. Ms. Bobino, your attorney is gonna get your reset. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
Yes, sir.
Let's see.
Same thing.
Did I have no pleas ready? Signing them for dismissal.
Okay. We have 2 resets for.
Curtis Satterwhite. Thank you. Yeah, just started acting. It is. Thank you. It's gonna lock me out once I'm trying to get out. There's something is wrong with the healing images. It's an error box. I don't know how to, well, I just got out of it. Let me just try it again. Let's see, this is satellite.
Thank you.
I know I am, right?
Jefferson County Court, Law number 2 is back in session. The court is in session and calls number M333-204. Case is styled the state of Texas versus Curtis Satterwhite. Mr. Satterwhite, is that your full name?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite, would you please raise your right hand? Satterwhite, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Satterwhite, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Satterwhite? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Satterwhite, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Kevin Lane. Attorney Lane, how are you doing?
I'm fine, Your Honor.
And Mr. Lane, do you waive a record in Mr. Satterwhite's case?
We do.
Mr. Satterwhite, I have before me a document that is titled information. This information is on my computer. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, Mr. Satterwhite, it alleges that you, Curtis Satterwhite Jr., on or about July 21st of 2022, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of communication harassment. Mr. Satterwhite, do you understand what you have been charged with? And to this charge, Mr. Satterwhite, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest? Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Satterwhite, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document? On page 2 of this same document, there are a set of initials on a line next to a box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initial CS on this document? On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled defendant. Is this your signature? And on the next document that's titled trial court certification, defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargaining case and you have no right of appeal. You understand that statement?
Yes.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? Also, I have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. You recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Mr. Satterwhite, before you sign and initial these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite, are you a citizen of the United States?
Two for 6-1.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection, states exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Satterwhite, your attorney, Mr. Lane, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? And Mr. Lane, you advised and counseled Mr. Satterwhite. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your
Mr. Satterwhite, I will accept your plea guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
The agreement is to 180 days probated over 1 year with a $300 fine, 50 hours community service, and no contact with Whitney Civil Way.
That's correct, Your Honor.
What's his? Okay. Mr. Satterwhite, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in Jefferson County Jail, but you will not be required to serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for a period of 1 year. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $300 plus court costs of $337. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, your analysis fee of $15 a month, reimbursement fee of $15. Your total monthly installments, that is a total amount that you will be required to pay each month while you're on probation is $141 a month. Will you be able to pay the $141 each month? You'll also be required to perform 50 hours of community service. You cannot have any contact with the complaining witness, Whitney Savoy, and you will be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of your probation. Mr. Satterwhite, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes,
Do you think that the state's offer is fair and just?
yes,
And do you accept the state's offer?
yes.
Mr. Satterwhite, I'll follow the people who are in agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Satterwhite, this will conclude your case. Please stand in front of the court. Okay, wait the bailiff. Okay, just have a seat in the chair, and then when the bailiff call you up to the window, you go to the window. Once you finish at the window, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day. Mr. Lane, is this your last case?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, you're free to go, and you have a blessed day.
You too, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Satterwhite, the bailiff is here. You can stand right there.
I have cases with felony judges reset.
Yeah. Not yet. I am saying, yeah. This is on the dockets. Next three cases are cause numbers 24 CCCR 1019 and cause number 24 CCCR 1021 and cause number M332367. All three cases are styled the state of Texas versus Jose Luis Cardenas Mendoza. What's the process?
Make sure you get him, Andrews. I've already talked to him.
And Ms. Bailey, would you please go get one of the prosecutors? Okay, Mr. Jose Luis Cardenas Mendoza, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How are you doing, Mr. Cardenas Mendoza? Now, Mr. Cardenas Mendoza, you're representing in your cases by your attorney, Alan Parker. Attorney Parker, how are you doing?
We're good, Judge, thanks.
Okay, now, Mr. Parker, what's your announcement in Mr. Cardenas Mendoza's case?
We put him out on the felony today at preset for sentencing. And two of the cases are the two of the misdemeanors are gonna just be dismissed, and we're gonna work out a plea on the other one, so if we can reset it.
Do you have that date?
I
That
don't know.
there is,
I didn't give us a date
PSA.
yet. It's
Okay.
approximately 30 days.
Okay, what we'll do, we'll have the court coordinator check the computers. And then when we get a date, we'll reset your case on the same date that your felony case is reset on, okay? So Mr. Cardenas Mendoza, you're free to go. Have a blessed day. And Mr. Parker, you're free to go. You have a blessed day. And okay.
Watson.
You're free to go.
You can go. Just come on. Call tomorrow.
Paula Watts. It's gonna be reset to November 4th.
November 4th, okay.
Okay, Ms. Watts, your full name is Paula Watts.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing, Ms. Watts?
I'm good, John. Are you?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking, Ms. Watts. You're representing your case by your attorney, Alan Parker. Attorney Parker, what is your announcement in Ms. Watts' case?
Your Honor, we're asking for a reset. I've got the DVD to go over with her, but also we think she may qualify for pretrial. We didn't think she would, but I think she does now, so we've applied for that.
Okay. Let's reset him in the second week of December. You should have your letter into pretrial by then.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. What's that date?
Number 16.
Okay, Ms. Watts, your case will be reset to December 16th. Give your attorney an opportunity to apply for pretrial diversion. You're gonna get your reset from your attorney. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you're free to go. And stay in contact with your attorney bonds when you have a flex date. And Mr. Parker, you're free to go as well. You have a flex date.
Look. We can report on the 16th.
Oh, wow, it's starting to act up again. Hmm. This is cause number 23CCCR 2391. Case filed the state of Texas versus Tricia Lane Gills. Ms. Gills, is that your full name?
Yes.
How are you doing, Ms. Gills? That's good, Ms. Gills. You're representing your case by your attorney, Attorney James Macon. Attorney Macon, how are you doing?
It's Monday.
Okay. And Mr. Macon, what is your announcement in Ms. Gill's case?
Your Honor, we have all the discovery and the close to a resolution. I just need a normal reset. And that perfectly.
Okay, no, okay, reset it for, please. Give us a reset date.
Who is this, John?
Not this week.
Tricia Lane Gills. on the announcement docket. Page 4. Reset for a plea. Standard, you want a standard reset?
Yes.
October 25th.
Okay, be October 24th of 2024. Ms. Gibbs, you can get your reset from your attorney. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Mr. Macon, is this your only case?
It is, Your Honor. Thank
Okay, you're free to go as well and you have a blessed day. Elijah Mitchell.
Here.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, lady. Good morning.
This is cause number 23 CCCR 1746, case of style of the state of Texas versus Elijah Papillon Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mitchell, how are you doing?
Great.
That's good. Mr. Mitchell, you're representing your case by your attorney, Joe Vasquez. Attorney Vasquez, how are you doing?
Good, Your Honor. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Vasquez, what is your announcement in Mr. Mitchell's case?
Judge, if we could get this reset, I think we can work something out and
It's on the trial docket.
well, Your Honor, I don't know how I got on the trial. That was my mistake, but I think with a short reset, we can avoid a trial and work it out.
Actually, I think the last time it was reset, it said reset the plea.
I thought it was a plea at one point. I don't know.
Well, it was supposed to be a plea on, it said reset the plea on July 17, 2024. It's September 16, 2024. And now you're trying to get it, I mean,
I think
we 2 months past the date it was supposed to plea. And now you're asking for another reset and it's on the trial docket. I think that's probably why it's placed on the trial docket. Because it didn't plea on July 17th.
I don't recall. I know we had a plea worked out and then fell through.
Yeah, well, we're gonna keep it on the trial docket. We'll give it a trial number, we'll give it a number. We pick a jury at 1:30, so I don't know where he's gonna be in the pecking order. Okay, so he needs to be back at 1:30.
Okay,
All right,
thank you, Judge.
all right. Be back at 1:30.
I think Brian has it. There's two. Should be.
Judge, on that case, we did have a plea worked out. It was a 20-day plea, not late. And it was the state's understanding that we were going to be playing to those terms today. I know that you
But
just
now
gave
he's
it,
asking for something else. I mean, if he's gonna plead today, we can do it today.
but it was both parties understanding that that was going to be a plea. Neither party is ready to do a trial deal.
It says reset the plea and it says July 17, 2024. I don't know why I didn't plea on the 20.
I think it was just to give him time to get things ready for him to go in.
Okay, well, he needs to, well, so we're gonna take care of that plea today? If he set the plea,
Judge, if you could give us a,
we'll wait till you, we'll, like I said, he said at he's gonna be back at 1:30, just left. So we'll bring the matter up again at, this afternoon. Okay, yes. Oh, okay, hold on a minute, hold on a minute. Leanne Sherman,
Jeffries.
don't put your hand on the bench.
Jeffries, yeah.
This is clause number 24 CCCR 0926, case of style of the state of Texas versus Leanne Sherman.
How you doing, Ted?
All right, I'm doing fine. How you doing, Ms. Sherman? And Ms. Sherman, your attorney of record is Attorney Benjamin Jeffries. Attorney Jeffries is not here.
Yes,
However, standing in for Mr. Jeffries
Yes, sir.
is Attorney Reagan Minaldi.
Okay.
Does Ms. Minaldi have your permission to stand in for
Yes,
Attorney
sir.
Benjamin Jeffries?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, Ms. Minaldi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you, Judge?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Now, Ms. Minaldi, what is your announcement in Ms. Sherman's case?
Yes, Mr. Jeffries still has not been released discovery in this case, so he's asking for a resetting in order to receive and review that discovery.
Okay, give us a reset date. Okay, this case will be reset to October 28th to give your attorney opportunity to get the evidence in your case.
Yes,
We
sir.
call that discovery.
Yes, sir. Can I also give her the information too?
Just waiting for,
Yes,
Yeah, just
because I
follow her
already had
instructions.
Sent him 5 messages and he
Okay,
haven't
well-
returned my call.
Well, you can relay that information to Ms. Minaldi. All right.
Yes,
Now, Ms. Sherman, your case has been reset to October 28th, 2024. For you, a reset, once you get your reset, you'll be free to go
yes.
and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, appreciate you.
You're welcome, Ms.
Thank
Minaldi.
you.
You're free to go as well and you have a blessed
thank
day.
you, Judge. Yeah, that's what I'm
Brianna Cobos? Mr. Doyle?
Yes, sir.
What is in section in two cases, cause numbers 23 CCCR 0842 and cause number 24 CCCR 1280. Both cases are styled in the state of Texas versus Brianna Denise Cobos. Ms. Cobos, is that your full name?
Yes, Your Honor.
How are you doing, Ms. Cobos? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Ms. Cobos, you're represented in your cases by your attorney, Attorney Peter Doyle. Mr. Doyle, how are you doing?
Pretty fair, good.
That's good. And Mr. Doyle, what is your announcements in Mr. Cobos, in Ms. Cobos' cases?
Well, we met this weekend and something came up that's like a point of law that I need to check. So can I
Okay.
have 30 days to check that?
Okay, you need to reset, do some research.
Yes, sir. I think what we,
October 21st. Okay, so these cases will be reset to October 21st, 2024. Ms. Cobos, to give your attorney opportunity to complete some research on this case. Ms. Cobos, you're gonna get your reset from your attorney. Once you get your reset from your attorney, you're free to go. And you have a blessed day. And Mr. Doyle, are these your only two cases?
yes, sir.
Okay, you're free to go as well and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
You are.
What's that, Judge?
No, we have this, unagreed
That's
plea.
Andrew's case. He may be in the back, Judge. Do I need to grab him?
Yeah, that's the only one I have up there.
Andrew?
Next case is Damian Castle. He's on. Mr. Robo, put your
Yes,
hand
sir.
on the bench.
Yes, sir. Good.
Okay, this is clause number M 331-514, case is filed in the state of Texas versus Damian Castle. Mr. Castle, is that your full name?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Castle, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Mr. Castle, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Castle? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you, Your Honor?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Now, Mr. Castle, you're representing your case by your attorney, Tom Roebuck. Attorney Roebuck, do you waive a record in Mr. Castle's case?
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Castle, I have before me a document that is titled information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, Mr. Castle, it alleges that you, Damian Castle, on or about July 11th of 2020, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of unlawful installation of a tracking device. Mr. Castle, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Sure.
And to this charge, Mr. Castle, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest? No contest? Now, are you pleading no contest freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading no contest because you do not wish to fight or contest the charges? Mr. Castle, I also have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishments. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
On page 2 of this same document, there's a set of initials, DC, that are on the line next to a box that's checked nolo contendere, which means no contest. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
On page 3 of this same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Did you sign this document?
Yes, Your
On the next document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, do you recognize this document?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there's one box that's checked on this document, and the box that's checked says that is a plea bargain, but matters raised by a written motion filed and or ruled,
I may have kicked it's wrong box.
or I guess checked on 2 boxes. It's kind of checked in between. I
meant to check the one,
You kind of checked, you might have been the one above it.
that's what I wanted to do.
Okay,
It says it's not a plea bargain, and he does have the right to appeal.
okay. Now, this case, it states that this is not a plea bargain case and the defendant has a right to appeal. Do you understand that statement? Now, do we have,
No, I don't know if we did discovery.
yeah,
We need to do that real quick.
yeah. Hold on a minute. And so I have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, Mr. Castle. Before you signed and initial all the documents that I showed you, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything that your attorney went over?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Castle, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, Your Honor.
State,
Stay up for 6-1.
any objections?
No objection.
No objection. States Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Roebuck, you've advised and counseled Mr. Castle. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial? And Mr. Cass, your attorney, Mr. Roebuck, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Castle, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, state, this is an unagreed plea bargain, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, now, Mr. Roebuck, you have an argument? Well, in recommendation regarding,
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Castle's criminal history, he's got one prior DWI, that's all, a long time ago. Did a very good job in Motiva. Conviction would be devastating. I am recommending the court do some form of deferred adjudication.
do you have any other punishment evidence or anything?
I'm gonna let him go forward.
Mr. Castle, you've already been sworn in. Okay, Mr. Castle, you may go forward.
First, let me start off saying that, sorry for for my actions and what I've done, deeply sorry. And I understand it was wrong, and I know I let myself down, let other people down in the situation. That time ago, 4 or 5 years ago, when it occurred, me and my ex were just starting to go through a custody situation. And, and at that time I was working 7 days, 12 hours a day. And she made a comment, saying that she wanted to disappear. And then she also said that, that she was going to take my daughter while I was at work, so it was a reaction I had. It was a stupid mistake.
Never mind, just let it go.
Okay,
Yeah, it was a reaction I had. It was a stupid mistake, but I was just worried about the safety of my daughter. And since then, I asked forgiveness for myself, from the Lord, and I even asked her for forgiveness. So, it's something that I regret, and I'm asking you, Judge, for forgiveness and allow me the opportunity to make it right.
state.
Well, first of all, I will say that it was my information of this case was going to be reset for the PSI. Had I known that the hearing was going to continue today, I would have had a witness here to put on evidence. But given the fact that the hearing is proceeding as is, just based on the fact that the defendant has prior criminal history and the nature of this offense, the invasive nature of this offense, the fact that he was tracking someone that he was at the time in an intimate relationship with, and the inherent danger involved in that. I think that that fact, in combination with his criminal history, warrants a conviction in this case. He's already had the benefit of deferred before. He has a conviction on his record. I think that it's fair and just in this case for this case to result in conviction.
Okay, let me ask you something. Now, you said his prior was a DWI, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that he received a deferred on a prior
Yes.
DWI?
The deferred was longer ago in time.
How long, okay, when was the prior?
Is around 2000, Your Honor.
2017.
No, that was the,
2000?
no,
Okay, what,
the 2017 is the DWI that he's talking about. It's just that he received deferred on the theft case previously.
so he had a theft as well? Okay, so he had a prior DWI,
Right,
okay. And then, bless you, and then he had a prior theft,
right.
okay. And the theft, was when?
It's around, okay, let's see, I have the exact date. It's 1998. It's not recent, but it's the fact that he has received the benefit of deferred.
Oh, that was a 98
Yeah.
theft?
Yeah,
And
that's the fact,
and the DWI was when?
2016
Twenty
is the obvious
sixteen?
date.
Okay,
Your Honor, on that theft, I was 18 years old and I went to the mall with some friends and, you know, I was the one of age, I guess. I guess that's what it came.
okay.
But-
Let me, ask another question. Does he have any prior history of any like alcohol and drug use?
No.
The DWI, I mean.
Oh, other than the DWI, okay. And, so state, you're saying that you're recommending one, that he should not be given deferred, he should be given a conviction.
That's
Is that
correct, Your
correct?
Honor.
Actually, he already has a conviction
That's correct.
for prior DWI, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he received a deferred on a theft, which wasn't way back in his past when he was a teenager. Okay. And now you are gainfully employed, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Um,
Been there 13 years.
okay. Now, what about safety to the victim? I'm just,
That's a concern to the state as well, Your Honor, and I believe that the court should and the court would require no contact in any probation and any punishments inside.
okay, now you were asking for no contact. Mr. Castle and the victim in this case, I guess you're co-parenting,
Yes.
is that correct? So you have a court order visitation, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any type of temporary, are there any orders, restraining orders?
It is, I understand what happened, you know, and I was not a lawyer, so,
Oh,
but they had some issues with either possession, access, and or custody that were litigated. There is an order that's entered. This was all brought up then. As I understand it, there's no restraining order keeping him from having necessary contact as far as visitation with his child, which he does on a regular basis.
do you have like a standard visitation order?
Sorry.
Do you have like a
It's,
standard
it's
visit?
like an expanded, pretty much.
Expanded?
50 and joint
Okay,
custody, you know, and, you know, I guess.
do you exchange?
Yes, we exchanged our daughter, you know, face to face, you know, during school, or, you know, or I'll drop her to school and her mother would pick her up from school. We pretty much do the exchanges like that, or we talk and kind of decide, you know.
Now, when was this, if you have any idea, when was the order finalized?
Earlier this year.
Oh, so, okay.
It was earlier this year, yes, sir.
So you have an order that was finalized. You and your wife, your ex was in a custody battle. And y'all have basically almost like 50-50.
Yes.
Okay.
May I say
Yes,
And Your Honor, had there been an issue with her safety, that would have been brought up in the other.
that's what I was thinking. Yeah. Um, Now, you and your ex exchange, face to face?
Sometimes we exchange face to face, or we'll meet somewhere like we're at a play place where my daughter's at, or McDonald's. And we'll,
Yeah,
have
okay.
lunch together, and then we'll exchange, like that.
Was there a question, concerning the visitation? Well, the contact between the victim and the, defendant?
The question you're.
I mean, was there a question that was brought up by the, complaining witness?
Oh, when I last spoke with her, Your Honor, she was in favor of both a conviction and a no contact provision. Now, granted, like, the no contact provision was have to take into account any custody agreement they have, any visitation that they have. So, because the state is not trying to deprive them of the opportunity to visit, with this children.
Right, okay. Okay, this is what we're gonna do, here, the process. Yeah, this is, what the court is gonna do. The court is going to assess punishment at 180 days in jail. However, that will be probated for a period of 1 year. A fine will be assessed in this case of $500 plus court costs. As regarding the, contact, we need to draft some language where it doesn't interfere with the order that's in place. Now, of course, defendant can't talk to the, complaining witness in a threatening or harassing manner. And the only contact you're allowed to have is that is allowed by the visitation order that's in place in the civil case. And you will also have standard terms and conditions of your probation. You'll be required to, or you're requesting any type of community service hours?
Standard amount is fine.
Okay, well, it'll be 40 hours of community service. That would be required. Okay. And this will be the order of the court. We have to draft up the judgment. Is gonna take us, the court coordinator, a couple of minutes to do that. Just have a seat, and wait for your name to be called. Okay. 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 And the complaining witness in this case. Get the name of the complaining witness. The complaining witness is, Vivian Nim. Yeah, some. Oh, are you ready? Any please?
You put that.
Okay, I will.
There's, can I grab a copy? Yeah. Like, they're all active and they're.
In Spanish.
English. Let me see on their side. And I'll send until, October.
Then Brandon Everett. Brandon Damon Everett. Who's the attorney on that?
He's signed up.
Okay. You're working on another one right now? I know. Let's get the one that says. Gibson County Court Law number 2 is back in session in 2 cases. Both cases are styled of state of Texas versus Brandon Damon Everett. Mr. Everett, your full name is Brandon Damon Everett?
Yes, sir.
Everett, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Everett, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Everett, you may put your hand down. And how are you doing, Mr. Everett?
All right, how you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking, Mr. Everett. You're represented by your attorney, Attorney Brian Kimmler. Attorney Kimmler, how are you doing?
Well, thank you.
And Mr. Kimmler, do you waive a record in Mr. Everett's cases?
So wait,
Mr. Everett, in cause number 23 CCCR, let's correct that. In cause number M333960, I have before me a document that is titled Information.
Your Honor, I would not object to taking them up together. He has 2 cases. We can
Yeah,
do them both.
let's just do it like this. Now, Mr. Everett, in this case, I have before me an information that is titled Information. And in this information, it alleges that you, Brandon Damon Everett, on or about April 6th of 2022, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offensive possession of controlled substance. Mr. Everett, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Everett, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest?
Yes.
Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Everett, also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments, also labeled as Stage 1. Recognize this document.
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of the same document, a set of initials, BE on the line next to a box is checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
And on the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled Defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, that's titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. You understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Everett, before you sign the initial all these documents that I just showed you, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything that your attorney went over?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct
Yes, sir.
to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Everett, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
State offer states one.
No objection. States exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Kimler, you advised and counseled Mr. Everett. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
My knowledge, Your Honor.
And Mr. Everett, your attorney, Mr. Kimler, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Everett, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. I also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
In exchange for defendant's plea, the state's offering 4 days in the Jefferson County Jail, credit for 4 days to tax and retire all court costs, and this will run concurrent with the companion case.
Mr. Everett, the state is offering that you serve 4 days in the Jefferson County Jail. You will not be required to serve any more time in the Jefferson County Jail on this case because you've already served 4 days in the Jefferson County Jail. Therefore, you'll be credit for the time that you have already served. The court costs in this case will be taxed and retired. That simply means that you will not be required to pay the court costs because the time that you've spent in jail has already paid off the court costs. Therefore, the court costs will be taxed and retired. Mr. Everett, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Everett, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. And in this case, also, Mr. Everett will run concurrent with cause number M333964. And in that case, Mr. Everett, I have before me a document that is titled Information. And in this information, it alleges that on or about April 6th of 2022, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the class A misdemeanor offense, possession of a controlled substance. Mr. Everett, you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Everett, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments, also labeled States 1. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this same document, Mr. Everett, there's a set of initials, DE on the line next to a box that's checked. Guilty. You place your initials on this document.
Yes, sir.
On the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled Defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, it's titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case, you have no right of appeal. You understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
Second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
Also, I have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. Recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Everett, before you signed and initial these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to
Yes,
the
sir.
best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State offer states one.
Any objections? No objections. States exhibit number 1 will be admitted. And Mr. Kimler, you advise and counsel Mr. Everett, is there any evidence that he's currently mentally incompetent in this case?
Still none, Your Honor.
And Mr. Everett, your attorney, Mr. Kimler, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation in this case?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Everett, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you're mentally competent trial. I'll also find that you're being waived freely and voluntarily given. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement in this case?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
In exchange for defendant's plea, the state's offering 4 days time served to tax and retire all court costs and run concurrent with the companion case.
Okay, Mr. Everett, the state is recommending that you serve 4 days in Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not be required to serve any more time in Jefferson County Jail in this case, because you've already served 4 days in jail. Therefore, you'll be given credit for the time that you've already served. The court costs in this case, Mr. Everett will be taxed and retired. That simply means that you will not be required to pay the court costs because the time that you spent in jail has already paid it off. Therefore, the court costs will be taxed and retired. Mr. Everett, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Everett, I'll follow, you've already agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Everett, this will conclude your cases. Please stand in front of the court coordinator, follow her direction. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go.
We have an issue with, Odyssey and,
Yeah, I'm having issues with
Odyssey
this
as
too.
well. I can't even print discovery.
Yeah, it was
account
going out on
page.
me. Man. Yeah.
It's just.
Next case is cause number 23CCCR 2311, case of style of state of Texas versus Roderick Lanier Tillman Jr. Yeah, I wrote it here. I mean,
we have an issue with Odyssey. You don't have to sign anything.
yeah, you can leave. You probably won't be able to read it, but no, I don't have time to rewrite it right now. You just maybe have to get with Andrew. Yeah, I could just,
Oh, I haven't.
let's see, where's Mr. Where's Roderick Tillman? I said he was here. Roderick,
I had an answer already.
He's not
oh,
here.
No.
My understanding is got a pending felony somewhere, but I don't know if it was set.
could we
today
see if
or-
Roderick Tillman has a pending felony?
That's what I was told.
No, it's not ready yet.
What document do you?
He's on the
Leave it.
announcement docket, page 4, the first case.
Your Honor, I don't know
Right.
if you heard my outburst a little earlier. I apologize if you did. When I sat in that chair, my
Fine, that's what it is, but I do have the two misdemeanors.
okay.
So he's not here? Okay, let's call, it's
Probably
This
just have
cause
to-
number 23CCCR 2311, case of style of state of Texas versus Roderick Lanier Tillman Jr. Roderick Tillman was, oh, he has another, oh,
He does, Your Honor, he has two.
and clause number 23CCCR 2310. Both cases of style of state of Texas versus Roderick Lanier Tillman Jr. Roderick Tillman was scheduled to be in court this morning at 9 a.m. At or about 9 a.m., the court's barely called the name of Roderick Tillman. At the courthouse door, Roderick Tillman did not answer. Roderick Tillman has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. The time now is 11 a.m. on today's date of September 16 2024. Ms. Bailiff, would you please call the name of Roger Tillman at the courthouse door? Roger Tillman's name was just called again at the courthouse door. Roger Tillman did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Tillman an opportunity to appear in court. State, you have a motion.
State moves for bond forfeiture.
That motion will be granted in each case. Roger Tillman's bond will be forfeited and warrant shall be issued for his arrest. And cause numbers 23-CCCR 2310 and cause number 23-CCCR 2311. Okay. Ms. Macy, you have any other
I
cases?
do, Your Honor, the one right before him, I believe, on your docket sheet. There's
Well,
two
he's
cases.
in jail.
Oh, Sierra
Sierra
Michelle,
LaFave
you know,
is in jail. I guess she has
she is,
a felony second day.
she does, Judge, and Langston Adams represents her in her felonies.
Yeah, they
I
say, yes.
just talked with him. He said that the court is going to reset the felony cases, and they haven't given him a date yet.
Okay, so we'll reset these cases on the same day with your felony.
Yes, Judge, please.
Okay, you're free to go.
Thank
You
you.
have a blessed day. Look like Zoom is back up. I mean,
Is it the internet that's going down? Because it's my
Your
Odyssey that's
Odyssey
not
is-
working.
mine's back up. Well, yeah, it's back up. Anyway, then we just don't have a please ready. We don't have no additional pleas, right? Hmm?
Should have Jackson, Mendoza.
I'm gonna do that
separate
jury
Mendoza,
person, but
Williams,
that's gonna be
with
Chris
theirs.
Jackson.
Yeah, Mr.
Then I'll have.
Crenshaw.
I think there are a handful of pleas.
Yeah, we can try to do it.
Yeah.
Mr. Rojas, your cases are pleased too?
Two of them are good, I need to approach on one, okay?
Okay, which one is it? Is it Bontello or
Bontello, yes,
Fuentes?
sir.
Which one is it? Is Bontello? Okay, this is cause number 24-CCCR 0984, cases filed in the state of Texas versus Root Aned Bontello. Ms. Bontello, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking, Ms. Bontello. You're representing the case by your attorney Charles Rojas. Attorney Rojas, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Judge.
And Mr. Rojas, what is your announcement in Ms. Botello's case?
Judge, I'd like another announcement docket. I think Ms. Simmons wants some time to talk to the complaining witness in the case, and that may be able to get it resolved.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. This is on the announcement docket, page 7. And Mr. Rojas, Ms. Botello. She doesn't have any bond conditions. Ms. Botello, I'm going to give you some bond conditions. In this case, you'll be able to get a copy from your attorney today. This document is titled Standard Bond Conditions in County Court at Law Number 2, following the return of a criminal information in County Court at Law Number 2 of Jefferson County, Texas. All bill bonds executed for release of any defendant named herein or orders subject to the additional conditions. Number 1, defendant shall commit no offense against the laws of this state, any other state, or the United States. Do you understand that condition? Condition number 2, the defendant shall submit to testing for drugs and alcohol at any time as directed by the court. The court may revoke the bond and order the arrest of any defendant who A, refuses to submit to a test for drugs and alcohol when directed to do so by the court, or B, submit to a test for drugs and alcohol, and the test indicates the presence of drugs and alcohol in the defendant's body. You understand that condition? And condition number 3 and condition number 4, well, condition number 3 does apply. Condition number 3 states, defendant shall not communicate either directly or indirectly with the alleged victim of the pending offense, and the defendant shall not go to any residence, school, or other location frequented by the alleged victim. You understand that condition?
Judge, the only issue that they're married, they're all living together.
State,
That's what I need to speak with the victim about. I believe he's here, Your Honor, if I could have a couple minutes to speak with him before making the agreement.
Okay, so you said, okay. Now, condition number 5, condition number 4 doesn't apply, condition number 5 does apply. It states the defendant's prohibited from possession of firearm or ammunition unless the defendant is a peace officer as defined by section 107 of the Penal Code, actively engaged in employment as a sworn full-time paid employee of a state agency or political subdivision. You understand that condition?
Yeah.
Okay, now, if you violate any one of these conditions, your bond can be revoked, and if your bond is revoked, the warrant will be issued for your arrest. You'll be arrested and placed in the Jefferson County Jail. Okay, so we'll place this on hold
I'm gonna go talk
to
to my
give the
judge.
prosecutor an opportunity to talk to the complaining witness. I understand who's present.
If I could have 5 minutes, Judge, I do believe Mr. Hubel stepped out as well, so since I'm the only prosecutor in here, I'll need to step out.
Okay, so the court will be in recess. Now, condition number 3 states the defendant shall not communicate either directly or indirectly with the alleged victim of the pending office in a threatening or harassing manner. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now if you violate any one of these bond conditions, your bond can be revoked. And if your bond is revoked, the warrant issue for your arrest, you'll be arrested, placed in the Jefferson County Jail. Now, we're gonna have to make a copy of this here, most of this order. You'll get a copy from your attorney. Okay, just have a seat. Now, case is reset. I'm back. I had problems with Odyssey, but it's back. Where's Andrew?
I can grab a judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me, could you? It's gonna come in right here. I was looking at this number 3, I said the defendant shall not communicate. Either, this is with with Castle. In a, directly, or indirectly with the alleged victim. Okay. Let me do this here. I'll just say that he cannot communicate either directly or indirectly with the alleged victim in a threatening or harassing manner, and the defendant shall not go near any resident, school, or other location frequented by the alleged victim unless it complies with the custody order.
I have no problem with that language, Judge.
Okay. Here you go. This is how. Yeah, just, you can just see if you can read it. Okay, what else we have? We have Mr. Mr. Rennick. Is-
We do have a plea on Mr.
It's not.
Rennick is not ready? Okay.
We have one with Jackson.
Jackson is ready.
Who is Jackson? Who's the attorney on Jackson?
It's Rev Hitler.
Okay. Mr. Kimler, you can come. Yeah. Put this back in session and cause number 23 CCC horror 0447. Case is style, the state of Texas versus Jarius Jackson. Mr. Jackson, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jackson, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Jackson, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Mr. Jackson, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Jackson?
Fine.
I'm doing fine, thanks, Jackson. Now, Mr. Jackson, I have before me, well, your attorney, Mr. Wright Kimler. Mr. Kimler, do you waive a record in Mr. Jackson's case?
No way.
Mr. Jackson, I have before me a document that is titled information sheet. This information sheet is on my computer. And this information sheet that was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office, it alleges that you, Jerry Jackson, on or about December 11th of 2022, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed a Class A misdemeanor offense of possession of a controlled substance. Mr. Jackson, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jackson, I also have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishments. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this same document, there's a set of initials. JJ on the line next to the box that says guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 3 of this same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document, there's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this box, at the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. First box check states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
Second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me a document that is titled discovery certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jackson, before you signed and initial these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything your attorney went over?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jackson, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
State offer states one.
Any, no objection? State's exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Kimler, you advised and counseled Mr. Jackson. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Jackson, your attorney, Mr. Kimler, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jackson, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
In exchange for defendant's plea, the state's offering 6 days in the Jefferson County Jail, credit for 6 days, and 2 tax and retire all court costs.
Mr. Jackson, state is offering that you serve 6 days in Jefferson County Jail. You'll be given credit for the time that you've already spent in jail. And therefore, you will not have to spend any more time in jail. The court costs in this case will be taxed and retired. That simply means that you will not be required to pay the court costs because the time that you spent in jail has already paid it off. Therefore, the court costs will be taxed and retired. Mr. Jackson, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jackson, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Jackson, please stand at the end of the counter right there in front of the court coordinator. And you'll follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you finish following the directions of the bailiff, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day. Just stand right there. What? You could put it in. But if, yeah. You're waiting. We still have some lawyers that didn't show. Let's see. Miss, Miss Mosby. Once you get, Miss Jackson, Brella. Brella.
Yes.
Who is it, Judge?
the Edward. Himmler, that's on the pretrial conference documents. That's the pirouette. There we go. Just did it. Okay. This is clause number 23 CCCR 1106, case in style of state of Texas versus Eric M. Sample. Mr. Sample, is that your full name? How you doing, Mr. Sample? Oh, yeah, no, you can't complain. You woke up, you're in your right mind. You're fully clothed. Now, Mr. Sample, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Attorney Wright Kimbler, Attorney Kimbler. Or what is your announcement in Mr. Sample's case?
Ready?
This is on the pretrial conference.
I'll talk to the state, we're ready.
This is on the pretrial doc. It's not.
Well, if it's a pre-trial, we're probably in a trial setting. Do we have a trial setting?
We do not have a trial.
No,
setting
no,
for
the
this.
pretrial is before trial.
Right, but usually you have a trial setting.
No, we don't have a trial setting.
I'll visit with the state, Your Honor, and see what Mr. says.
Okay. Okay, I'll hold on it. Which one on Crenshaw? Who? Mr. Mendoza?
Judge, I was gonna ask if we could find out what Wright was gonna do with trial cases.
Hold on a minute.
'Cause,
Let me,
we're running pretty.
Yeah, no,
time.
let me, is there any evidence that he's currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Mendoza, your attorney, Mr. Crenshaw, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation? Mr. Mendoza, I would accept your plea, no, that's what it was.
Guilty.
No, your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
In exchange for defendant's plea, the state's offering 2 years deferred probation, $2,000 fine, 35 hours community service plus court cost.
And state is dismissing the companion case,
That is correct, Your Honor.
cause number M323088. Okay. What is this court cost? Okay, Mr. Mendoza, the state is offering that you serve 2-year deferred adjudicated probation. During the 2-year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $2,000 plus court costs of $330. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, your analysis fee of $15 a month, and your total monthly installments, that is a total amount that you'll be required to pay each month, is $180 a month. Will you be able to pay the $180 each month?
yes,
You also be required to perform 35 hours of community service. The state will be dismissing cause number M323088, and you will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and condition of your probation. Do you understand? Now, Mr. Mendoza, do you understand the state's offering? Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Mr. Mendoza, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Mendoza, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. You will not have a conviction on your record, and you may qualify for a non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Mr. Mendoza, again, this will conclude your case. Mr. Mendoza, you're gonna stand in front of the court coordinator, follow her directions. Once you finish following her directions, you'll be free to go. You're a blessed day, and you also will get a copy of the dismissal that I'll be signing in about a few seconds. All right.
Mr. Crenshaw, did you have another bill?
Yes, Stewart, Devin Stewart.
Okay, Devin
No,
Stewart.
no, she don't have the spell.
It is recorded in session in clause number M 331-864. Case is style of state of Texas versus Devin Reed Stewart. Mr. Stewart, is that your full name?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stewart, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Stewart, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stewart, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Stewart?
Doing well, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Stewart, you're representing your case by your attorney, Attorney Crenshaw. Attorney Crenshaw, do you waive a record?
I do, Your
In
Honor.
Mr. Stewart case. Mr. Stewart, I have before me a document on my computer that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, it alleges that you, Devin Reed Stewart, on or about February 2nd of 2022, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, operating a motor vehicle in a public place, that you committed the Class B misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Mr. Stewart, do you understand what you have been charged with?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to this charge, how did you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest?
Guilty.
Now you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily,
Yes, Your
and
Honor.
are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stewart, I also have before me a document that is titled misdemeanor plea admonishments, also labeled as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
On page 2 of the same document, there are a set of initials, DS on the line next to the box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, Your Honor.
On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
And on the next document, that's titled trial court certification, the defendant's right of appeal, you recognize this document.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, Your
At
Honor.
the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case, you have no right of appeal. You understand that statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, Your
I
Honor.
also have before me a document that's titled discovery certification. You recognize this document?
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stewart, before you signed and initialed all of these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you read and understand everything that your attorney went over?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stewart, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, Your Honor.
Still for States 1.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
No objections. State's Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Crenshaw, you've advised and counseled Mr. Stewart. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Stewart, your attorney, Mr. Crenshaw, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stewart, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargaining agreement?
We do have a plea.
And what is the agreement?
The agreement is to 1 year deferred probation with a $2,000 fine, 40 hours community service, the installation, maintainment, of your locked device, and DWI senior conditions of probation.
What is Mr. Stewart's court cost? Okay, Mr. Stewart, the state is offering that you serve 12 months deferred adjudicated probation. During the 12-month probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $2,000 plus court costs of $392 and a DWI conviction fine of $100. You also be required to pay a probation fee of $6 a month, your analysis fee $15 a month, reimbursement fee of $15. You also be required to pay Jefferson County DWI education and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Your total monthly installments in this case is $300 and let me make sure. Yeah, $310 a month. Will you be able to pay the $310 a month?
Yes, Your Honor.
You'll also be required to perform 40 hours of community service, install the interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate, attend and complete the DWI education class, have an alcohol assessment, and adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of your probation. Now, Mr. Stewart, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, Your
Do you
Honor.
think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stewart, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Now, Mr. Stewart, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. It will not result in a conviction in your record, and you may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Now, Mr. Stewart, Gonna stand in front of our court coordinator, follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you finish following the directions of the bailiff, you'll be free to go and you have a blessed day.
You too, y'all.
Okay, thank you.
You ready? You wanna have a seat? I'm getting ready.
Good job.
Here, go ahead. Thank you.
Did we, I think you took care of Christopher, yeah, you took care of Christopher Cox, right? Where's Miss, still need to talk. Yeah, could you check? Okay,
And they're trying to get in touch with us.
okay, well, did we, what was the recent date on this here, Cox? Did we do anything on the Wilcox? Oh, no, on the pretrial conference docket.
That was dismissed.
Oh,
That was what all.
okay. And Mr. Crenshaw, you finished?
I am, Judge.
All right, you free to go? You have a blessed day?
Thank you. That was quite a marathon.
Yeah,
Judge, my client gave you a compliment, Mr. Stewart, gave the court the compliment. He's from New Orleans and he said that you run your court much more efficiently than they do in New Orleans.
oh, I'm from New Orleans too. Okay. All right,
Good to see you, Judge.
all right, you up? Okay. Yeah. So, Mr. Galmore is gonna be standing in for Mr.
Yeah.
The Nuna?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Crinch, Mr. Himmler,
Sir,
what is your announcement on, is it Kiana Bailey?
if you were able to view the video, there's been some issues with getting it up to now, but, she'd like 2 weeks, if she could, to decide whether she wants to accept the plea or pursue the trial.
Let me hold on that one. Let me go to the next case. Okay, Travis Aaron Foray or Foret.
The state has a continuance on file, Judge.
Okay. State has a continuance on file and Foret is on the trial docket.
We're ready, advised, state, I'm unopposed to continue.
You unopposed?
Unopposed.
Okay, I'm gonna reset Foret. So, that's state motion for continuance. No objections. Under the fifth, granted by the court. Okay. Okay, your case is gonna be reset. Next case is,
We're keeping this on the trial.
yes,
Okay.
Perry Lee Harrison. Perry Lee Harrison.
No, no.
Okay, this is cause number 23 CCCR 1180. Case of style of state of Texas versus Perry Lee Harrison. Mr. Harrison, is that your full name? How are you doing, Mr. Harrison? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Kimler, what's your announcement?
Ready,
State?
State's ready.
Okay. Okay, so we'll see y'all back
Okay.
at 1:30.
I have a hearing at 1 o'clock on the 2:52. Other than that, I'm ready.
Okay, well, lucky number one.
Be back. at
One of,
1:30.
oh, okay, yeah, 1:30. Be back at 1:30. Next case, Caleb Blake Summerall. That's Harrison on the trial docket page 2.
On Summerall, state's first motion for continuance.
What? I'm sorry.
Summerall states first, motion for continuance.
It is? I see a motion, oh, that was the motion to substitute was granted, I'm saying. Mr. Summerall, how are you doing? That's good. Mr. Summerall, you represented by your attorney, Attorney Ralph Kimler. And Attorney Kimler, what's your announcement?
Ready?
And state?
As I indicated before, Your Honor, on this case, state has a motion for continuance, should be states first on this case.
Not
You're not opposed to it?
opposed.
Okay. So state motion for continuance. No objections. By the defense. Granted by the court. Okay. Okay, this case will be reset for trial. Next case, Paris Williams. Okay, this is cause number 23 CCCR 0002. Case is styled State of Texas versus Paris Williams. Ms. Williams, is that your full name? Ms. Williams, how are you doing? Okay, you also have another case, cause number 23 CCCR 1334. And you're represented by Attorney Ralph Kimler. Attorney Kimler, what's your announcements?
Ready?
State?
States ready.
Okay, so we're ready on
Be
these.
back at 1:30.
Yeah, 1:30. Be back at 1:30. For trial.
Let's figure it out.
You said who? Silver? Is any who else?
All right, Bailey, come back at 1:30. Back at 1:30.
Who? You said, Bailey? Did we, call her?
We did.
Oh, Kiana Bailey? Okay, okay.
Basically, none of them got resolved, so.
Catano Vasquez Silva?
No.
Okay, this is Catano Vasquez Silva.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Silva, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Silva, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Silva, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Silva? I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Silva, you're representing your case by your attorney, Charles Rojas. Attorney Rojas, how are you doing?
Doing well, Judge.
And Mr. Rojas, do you waive a record in Mr. Silva's case?
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Silva, I have before me a document on my computer that is titled Information. This information alleges that on or about December 22nd of 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level of 0.15 or more. Mr. Silva, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes, sir.
And to this charge, Mr. Silva, how did you plead? Guilty, not guilty, and no contest? Now you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Silva, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments, also labeled as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2, are these your initials on the line that's titled defendant, that's titled guilty?
Yes, sir.
On the next page, there is a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document that's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal, you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
There are 2 boxes checked at the top of this document. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? The second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
I also have before me a document on paper that is titled Discovery Certification. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Silva, are you a citizen of the United States?
No, sir.
Mr. Silva, I have before me a document that is titled English Statement 1 for all foreign nationals except those from mandatory notification countries. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled signature?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's a one word that's circled, the word is no, and the word that's circled is below a sentence that reads, do you want us to notify your consular officers at this time? And you circle no, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Great.
Now, Mr. Silva, also on State's Exhibit Number 1, there's a paragraph that's titled Citizenship. In this paragraph, it states that if you're not a U.S. citizen or plead guilty or no contingent, may result in your deportation, exclusion from admission, or denial of naturalization under federal law. Do you understand that sentence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Rojas, could you have him initial? And what country are you from?
Mexico.
Mexico. Okay. Now, Mr. Rojas, you've advised and counseled Mr. Silva. Did you advise him of the consequences of him pleading guilty, no contest, by virtue of him not being a citizen of the United States? And that's pursuant to the case of Padilla versus Kentucky.
I did, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, Mr. Silva, before you signed and initialed all of the documents that I showed you, did your attorney go over these documents with you? Did you understand everything that your attorney went over?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
State offer states 1.
Any objections? No objections. State's Exhibit Number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Rojas, you advise and counsel Mr. Silva, is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Silva, your attorney, Mr. Rojas, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation? Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Silva, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
In exchange for defendant's plea, the state's offering 90 days probated over 15 months, $500 fine, 60 hours community service, interlock, and DWI for standard conditions of probation.
What is this, court calls? This is Mr. Silver? Yes. At page 8, the last page. Okay, Mr. Silver, the state is offering that you serve 90 days in the Jefferson County Jail. However, you will not serve any time in the Jefferson County Jail because you'll be placed on probation for a period of 15 months. During the 15-month probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $500 plus court costs of $377. You'll also be required to pay a DWI conviction fee or fine of $100. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $60 a month, a urinalysis fee, $15 a month, and a reimbursement fee of $15. You'll also be required to pay Jefferson County DWI initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should a further evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Your total monthly installments, that is the total amount that you will be required to pay each month, is $151 a month. Will you be able to pay the $151 a month?
Yes, sir.
You'll also be required to perform 60 hours of community service, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate, attend a completed DWI education class, and have an alcohol assessment, as well as adhering to the other standard terms and conditions of your probation. Mr. Silver, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes.
Mr. Silver, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Silver, this will conclude your case. Please stand in front of our court coordinator, follow the directions of the bailiff. Once you finish following the directions of the bailiff, you'll be free to go, and you have a blessed day. And let's see, Mr. Burgos, Fuente, send me one on what?
He's got 2 pages.
Yeah, I'm still working on the first, and I haven't started it.
Jose Angel Fuente? Fuentes?
I don't even know if you guys are written down.
Yes.
Walk upstairs with his docket, don't tell me the offer.
Okay, Jefferson County Court Law is in session in 2 cases. Calls numbers 23 CCCR 0786 and calls number 24 CCCR 0723. Both cases are styled with State of Texas versus Jose Angel Fuentes. Mr. Fuentes, is that your full name? Mr. Fuentes, would you please raise your right hand? Mr. Fuentes, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Mr. Fuentes, you may put your hand down. How are you doing, Mr. Fuentes? You doing pretty good? That's good. I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. Mr. Fuentes, I have before me two cases. Cause number 23C CCR 0786 and cause number 24C CCR 0723. And in these cases, you represented by your Attorney Charles Rojas. Attorney Rojas, do you waive a record in Mr. Fuentes' cases?
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Fuentes, and cause number 23C CCR 0786. I have before me a document that is titled Information Sheet. This information sheet was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information sheet, Mr. Fuentes, it alleges that you, Jose Angel Fuentes, on or about March 10th of 2023, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Second, Mr. Fuentes, do you understand what you've been charged with?
Yes.
And to this charge, Mr. Fuentes, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, no contest?
Guilty.
Guilty. Now, you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Mr. Fuentes, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document? On page 2 of the same document, there's a set of initials on the line next to a box that says guilty. The initials are JF. Did you place your initials on this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes.
And on the next document, there's titled trial court certification of defendant's right of appeal. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Now, Mr. Fuente, at the top of this document, there are two boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? Second box that's checked states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have a document before me that's titled Discovery Certification. You recognize this document? And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant? Now, Mr. Fuentes, before you sign and initial these documents, did you read the documents? Did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes.
Did you understand everything that your attorney went over? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Mr. Fuentes, are you a citizen of the United States? Any objections?
No objection.
No objection. States exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Rojas, you've advised and counseled Mr. Fuentes. Is there any evidence that he is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Fuentes, your attorney, Mr. Rojas, has advised and counseled you. Are you satisfied with his representation? Has he provided fully effective and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is that agreement?
In exchange for defendant's plea, the state's offering 180 days probated over 2 years, $750 fine, 80 hours community service, interlock, DWI, second standard conditions of probation. And the defendant is to turn himself in on October 4th, 2024, I apologize.
At or before 6 p.m.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Fuente, well, let's see this. Mr. Rojas, were you appointed in this case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And what's the court cost?
392.
392.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Fuentes, the state is offering that you serve 180 days in the Jefferson County Jail. But this 180 days will be probated for a period of 2 years. During the 2-year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $750 plus court costs of $392. You'll also be required to pay a DWI conviction fine of $100. You'll be required to pay a probation fee, $60 a month, your analysis fee of $15 a month. And you also be required to pay your analysis fee of $15. Your total monthly installments, in this case, will be $133 a month. Will you be able to pay the $133 a month? And you will also be required to perform 80 hours of community service. You'll be required to install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate. You'll be required to attend and complete the DWI education class. You'll also be required to should be DWI. What did you have as a term condition? Was it DWI education or DWI intervention?
Intervention.
Okay, you'll be required to complete the DWI intervention class. And you will also be required to have an alcohol assessment. You will require to serve 72 hours in the Jefferson County Jail. And it's to begin on October 4th of 2024 at or before 6 p.m. And you will also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of this probation. Mr. Fuentes, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes.
You think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Mr. Fuentes, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into. In this case, now, Mr. Fuentes, you also, if I didn't mention, you're required to pay a Jefferson County DWI initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the plea. Should for the evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, Mr. Fuentes, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes.
You think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes.
And do you accept the state's offer? Okay, Mr. Fuentes, I'll follow the plea bargaining agreement that you have entered into with the state. Now, Mr. Fuentes, we'll move to your next case. And your next case is cause number 24 CCCR 0723. And in this case, I have before me an information. And in this information, it alleges that you, Jose Angel Fuentes Jr., on or about January 12th of 2024, while you were in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated. Second, Mr. Fuentes, do you understand what you've been charged with in this case?
Yes.
And to this charge, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? And are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily? And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Mr. Fuentes, I also have before me on my laptop a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishments. Do you recognize this document? This document is also labeled State's Exhibit number 1. On page 2, there's a set of initials, JF, on the line next to boxes check guilty. You place your initials on this document.
Yes.
On page 3 of the same document, there's a signature above the line that's titled Defendant. Is this your signature? And on the next document that's titled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Right of Appeal, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box is checked, states that this is a plea bargain case. and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement? Second box is check states that you're waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement? I also have before me a document that is titled Discovery Certification. You recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled Defendant? Now, Mr. Fuentes, before you signed and initialed these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you? And did you read and understand everything in these documents? And is everything in these documents true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
State offer states one.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection. States exhibits number 1 will be admitted. Mr. Rojas, you advised and counsel Mr. Fuentes in this case. Is there any evidence that he's currently mentally incompetent at trial?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Fuentes, your attorney, Mr. Rojas has advised and counseled you in this case. Are you satisfied with his representation in this case?
Yes.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes, I will accept your plea of guilty. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
In exchange for defendant's plea and also running concurrent with the companion case, the state's offering 180 days probated over 2 years, $750 fine, 80 hours community service, interlock, and the DWI second standard conditions of probation.
What's the court cost in this case? Say 392.
Thank you for getting that.
Yes. Okay, now, Mr. Fuentes, state is offering that you serve 180 days in Jefferson County Jail. However, this 180 days will be probated for 2 years. During the 2 years probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $750 plus court costs of $392. And you'll also be required to pay a DPS fine of $100, and you'll be required to pay reimbursement fee of $50. You will not be required to pay the probation fee of $60 a month and the urinalysis fee of $15 a month. So your total monthly installments will be $55 a month. Will you be able to pay the $55 a month? You'll also be required to perform 80 hours of community service, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you want to operate, attend a completely individual education class, have an alcohol assessment. You'll also be required to serve 72 hours in the Jefferson County Jail, beginning on October 4th of 2024 at or before 6 p.m. And you'll also be required to adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of probation. This case will run concurrent with the previous case, cause number 23CCCR 0786. Mr. Fuentes, do you understand the state's offer? And do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just? And do you accept the state's offer? Mr. Fuente, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Mr. Fuente, please have a seat and wait for your name to be called. And Mr. Rojas, this is your last case.
Yes.
You're free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
Next. Who we have next?
We have been waiting on Mr. or Ms.
Okay, what case is that on?
What docket is it?
Nobody made an appearance on Mr. DeLuna's case or something.
That's because it's often there. He was supposed to appear. They couldn't even touch him.
Yeah, Mr. LeBlanc. I don't see his name in the docket. See something.
He was here earlier in the month.
On page 3.
Which docket?
Must be on the announcement. Tori Willis. Okay. Mr. Willis, your full name is Tori Javon Willis?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Willis?
Good.
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking, Mr. Willis. You're representing your case by your attorney. Attorney Todd LeBlanc is appearing via Zoom. Mr. LeBlanc, how are you doing?
Good, Judge. Thanks for asking.
That's good. Now, Mr. LeBlanc, what is your announcement in Mr. Willis's case?
Judge, I believe this is the first setting. I was there earlier. I wasn't able to talk to Corey Willis, and then I understand he has there's a couple of felonies pending. Can we reset this case?
Okay, you see some felonies for Mr. Willis, you have some felony cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have a court date?
Yes, sir.
Do you know when the court date is?
No, sir.
Okay, you want to reset with the felonies? Mr. LeBlanc, you want to reset with the felony?
That'd be fine, Judge.
Okay, this case will be reset with the felons October 15, 2024. Mr. Willis, you're free to go. Once you get your reset, and you have a blessed day. And Mr. LeBlanc, your reset will be sent to you. You free to go as well. Bless you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bless you.
Oh, and, Judge Charles Holmes. I haven't heard from you.
Okay. Miss James Collins, James Ray Collins, he didn't appear.
Or did you get?
No. This is cause number 23 CCCR 2222. Case of style of state of Texas versus James Ray Collins. James Ray Collins was scheduled to appear in court this morning at 9 a.m. for the court's announcement. At about 9 a.m., the court's bailiff called the name of James Collins at the courthouse door. James Collins did not answer. James Collins has not appeared in court since the court has been in session. The time now is 12:38 p.m. on today's date of September 16th, 2024. Ms. Bailiff, would you please call the name of James Collins at the courthouse door?
Yes.
James Collins' name was just called again at the courthouse door. James Collins did not answer. A reasonable time has passed to give Mr. Collins an opportunity to appear in court. He is not appearing in court. State, you have a motion?
State moves for bond forfeiture.
That motion will be granted. James Collins' bond will be forfeited and the warrant should be issued for his arrest. And cause number 23 CCCR 2222.
Mr. Cole have a continuance on that?
Who?
Mr. Cole?
Yeah, it continues.
That's what I think Andrew has that in his notes right here. Did he have a continuance on file?
I don't know. They can check. Hold on.
Hold on.
The one that we just called on?
James Ray Collins.
So I'm starting to look at Andrew's notes.
Oh.
He said defense motion for continuance and it's possible that Giles is sitting in on a murder trial. Where at, I don't know.
Elijah Mitchell. Oh, I think they cut, oh, that was Mr. Vasquez. Yeah, they coming back at,
Who is it, Your Honor?
but no, he's coming back at, 1:30.
Oh, okay.
Let's see, we took care of everybody.
We still have two, one with Willie, one with sample.
Yeah, I'm waiting. And, we had a,
Oh, he is in.
okay, we hadn't heard anything on Mr. You said Guillermo was supposed to appear for Mr. DeLuna?
Whose is it? Whose is it?
No, they said,
Is that on the one we just called the bond?
yes,
Can the state recall that?
yes.
What if
Yeah.
that's the case, we're gonna post?
Oh, the one I was gonna
Call it.
Yeah, that case was reset September 3rd. What was it reset to what date?
It wasn't reset, but it was still on the document.
But it was granted?
Yeah, it was right.
Okay. The state recalls that bond forfeiture judge.
Okay.
We're down here, inside here.
We're gonna reset, keep it on the trial docket.
How many things do you-
We're
Got
waiting.
two left.
Two, please.
Please, yeah.
I think, and we actually,
Yeah, I've sent over to
So-
Destiny Williams, Walgo, and Aaron Sample.
Which one is?
Destiny Williams.
Um,
It should be a plea with a dismissal.
Right, you're saying you're doing?
okay,
Please, a
what is the next case?
Yes.
Okay. Jefferson County Court at Law number 2 is back in session. The court is in session in cause number 23 CCCR 1910, case of style of the state of Texas versus Roderick Keith Mouton Jr. Mr. Mouton, would you please come forward? Mr. Mouton, your full name is Roderick Keith Mouton Jr., is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, Mr. Mouton, you're represented in your case by your attorney, Edward Denuna. Mr. Denuna is not present, however, making an appearance for Mr. Denuna is attorney Jared Gilthorpe. Does Mr. Gilthorpe have your permission to stand in for Mr. Denuna?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Gilthorpe, how are you doing?
Doing well, Judge. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Now, Mr. Gilthorpe, what is your announcement in Mr. Denuna's case?
Judge,
I mean, in Mr. Mouton's case.
sorry. Yes, Judge. Actually, it's Mr. Galmore is going to be handling that case. And he was not available to be here. And so I'm just covering for him, and he's asking for a reset, Judge.
Okay. You want a standard reset?
Yes, Judge. Please.
Okay, give us a standard reset date. His case is on page 3 of the pretrial conference docket. Okay, this case is gonna be reset October 14th. Mr. Mouton, just have a seat in that first chair. Wait for your name to be called. You're gonna get your reset. Once you get your reset, you're free to go and you have a blessed day. And thanks for being patient. Next case is cause number 23 CCCR 1182, case of style of the state of Texas versus Juan Carlos Tamayo Araguen. Mr. Araguen, would you please come forward?
What's wrong?
Okay. Mr. Araguen, your full name is Juan Carlos Tamayo Araguen. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Mr. Araguen, you're representing the case by your attorney, Edward Denuna. However, standing in for Mr. Denuna is attorney Jared Gilthorpe. Attorney Gilthorpe, what's your announcement?
Judge, this is the same as the prior client. We're asking for a reset.
This case is gonna be reset to October 14th, 2024. Stay in contact with your attorney. Once you get your reset, you're free to go. You have a blessed day. Have a seat in that third chair on the wall.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, and Mr. Gilthorpe, thank you. You're free to go, and you have a blessed day.
Same to you, Judge. Bye-bye.
Right. You have anybody ready? Destiny Williams?
What's your name?
Araguen, Tamayo Araguen. He's right under the next person. Their cases are next to each other. Okay, let's see, this is Miss Destiny Williams.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, this is cause numbers 24 CCCR 0836, cause number 24 CCCR 0837. Both cases are style of the state of Texas versus Destiny Williams. Ms. Williams, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Ms. Williams?
I'm good. And
Mr. Kimler is gone, so you can take it down now. Ms. Williams, would you please raise your right hand? Ms. Williams, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Ms. Williams, you may put your hand down. Ms. Williams, I have before me two cases. Let's see, it's on the announcement docket. The first case is cause number 23 CCCR 0837. And cause number, let's send this back. 24 CCCR 0836. Both cases are filed in the state of Texas versus Destiny L. Williams. Ms. Williams, is that your full name?
Yes, sir.
How are you doing, Ms. Williams?
Good.
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Ms. Williams, you're represented in your cases by your attorney, Attorney Rennick. Mr. Rennick, how are you doing?
Good, Judge. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. And Attorney Rennick, do you waive a record in Ms. Williams' cases?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
Ms. Williams, in cause number 24 CCCR 0837, I have before me a document that is titled Information. This information was filed by the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office. In this information, Ms. Williams, it alleges that you, Destiny L. Williams, on or about May 10th of 2023, while you were operating a motor vehicle in a public place in Jefferson County, Texas, that you committed the Class A misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with alcohol concentration of 0.15 or more. State, are you abandoning the enhancement paragraph?
We are, Your Honor.
The state is abandoning the enhancement paragraph. And what that means, Ms. Williams, is instead of being charged with a Class A misdemeanor, which is the highest misdemeanor, you'll be charged with a lesser included offense, which is a Class B misdemeanor. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, to the Class B misdemeanor offense of driving while intoxicated with an alcohol concentration level, the Class B misdemeanor, which allegedly occurred on or about May 10 of 2023, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, and no contest? Now, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Ms. Williams, I also have before me a document that is titled Misdemeanor Plea Admonishment. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
On page 2 of this same document, there's a set of initials DW on a line next to a box that's checked guilty. Did you place your initials on this document? On the next page of the same document, there's a signature above the line that is titled defendant. Is this your signature?
Yes, sir.
And on the next document that's titled trial court certification, a defendant's right of appeal. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
At the top of this document, there are 2 boxes checked. The first box that's checked states that this is a plea bargain case and you have no right of appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
The next box that's checked states that you are waiving your right to an appeal, which means you're giving up your right to an appeal. Do you understand that statement?
Yes, sir.
And I have another document that's titled Discovery Certification. Recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And is this your signature on the line that's titled defendant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Williams, before you signed and initialed these documents, did you read the documents?
Yes, sir.
Did your attorney go over these documents with you?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand? Make sure all of those, the discovery certifications are not from Judge Wood's court. This one is from Judge Wood's court. I don't know how they got in there.
I can reprint it if needed, Judge.
Now, Ms. Williams, before you signed and initialed all of these documents, did your attorney go over these documents with you again?
Yes, sir.
And did you read and understand everything your attorney went over?
Yes, sir.
And is everything in these documents true and correct
Yes, sir.
to the best of your knowledge? Ms. Williams, are you a citizen of the United States?
Yes, sir.
State officer states 1.
Any objections? No objection. States exhibit number 1 will be admitted. And Mr. Rennick, you've advised and counseled Ms. Williams, is there any evidence that She is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial.
No, Your Honor.
And Ms. Williams, your attorney, Attorney Scott Rennick has advised and counseled you, are you satisfied with his representation?
Yes, sir.
Has he provided full, effective, and competent legal representation?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Williams, I will accept your plea. I will find that you are mentally competent to stand trial. I will also find that your plea and waivers were freely and voluntarily given. And I will also find that there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. State, do we have a plea bargain agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
In exchange for defendant's plea, the state's offering 1 year deferred, $750 fine, 60 hours community service, DWI standard conditions of probation and interlock. And the state will also be dismissing the companion cause 24CCCR 0836.
What is the court cost in Ms. Williams' case?
$392.
Okay, Ms. Williams, the state is offering that you serve 1 year deferred adjudicated probation. During the 1 year probationary period, you'll be required to pay a fine of $750 plus court costs of $392. You'll be required to pay a DWI conviction fee of $100. You'll also be required to pay a probation fee of $6,000 a month, your analysis fee of $15 a month, reimbursement fee of $15. Your total month installments, that is the total amount that you'll be required to pay each month while you're on probation, is $196. Will you be able to pay the $196 each month?
Yes, sir.
You'll also be required to perform 60 hours of community service, install an interlock device on any vehicle that you own or operate, attend a complete DWI education class, have an alcohol assessment, adhere to the other standard terms and conditions of probation. You'll also be required to pay Jefferson County DWI education and initial evaluation fee of $125 on the day of the police shooter. For the evaluation be needed, you'll be required to pay an additional $50. Now, Ms. Williams, the state will also be dismissing cause number 24CCCR 0836. Ms. Williams, do you understand the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that the state's offer in your case is fair and just?
Yes, sir.
And do you accept the state's offer?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Williams, I'll follow the plea bargain agreement that you have entered into with the state. Ms. Williams, if you successfully complete this probationary period, this case will be dismissed. And you may qualify for non-disclosure. You can talk to your attorney about the non-disclosure because he's quite competent in those matters. Now, Ms. Williams, please have a seat. Wait for your, in that first chair, wait for your name to be called. Once your name is called, you can go to the window. Is that her paperwork there? Okay, just have a seat and wait for your name to be called. Once your name is called, you go to the window. And once you complete, or when you finish at the window, you'll be free to go. And you have a blessed day. And Mr. Rennick, this is your only case?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you're free to go and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, Judge.
And I'm signing the dismissal as well.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Good day, Mr. Rennick.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's coming, right? Kimberly gotta be back at 1.
Yeah, I don't know why you say I have to come back at 1:30, but
I haven't heard my name one time.
What's your name?
Wait, four tier?
Fortier. Thanks for coming down here with your daughter. Okay, I know you sit there patiently waiting. You know, I tell people this a lot of times, you know, particularly young people. You know, young people have they put a lot of faith and a lot of stock in the friendships that they have with their friends. And a lot of times they usually say, you know, that's my ride or die, that's my rock, that person has my back and everything. And they'll be with me through thick and thin. But you know, days like today, when you need a friend, you normally you don't see that person that they consider their ride or die or that rock. It's quite often I see parents. And the reason why I see parents, Ms. Williams, is because your ride or die, your rock, your friend is actually sitting right there in the audience with you. You know, I'll tell young people this all the time. Everybody's not your friend, everybody's not your partner. But when that lady says she got you, she got you. Okay. That's the lady who's been over the years, throughout the years, been putting the roof over your head, clothes on your back, food on the table, shoes on your feet. Okay. So that lady, young lady that you call mom, she has your back. And you know what? You're very fortunate. You're very fortunate because you have a mom that's not only your mom, but she loves you and she's concerned about you. And that's a blessing. And so you shouldn't take that for granted. Yeah, a lot of people don't have that. They might have somebody they call mom or dad, but that mom or dad is not with them, particularly when they get in a spot where they're considered to be down and out. But your mom is here. And so that's a good thing. And so you should be thankful for having a mom like that. And you should thank God that your mom is here with you and your mom is standing here with you. Okay. Now, I know you might have been like me, and that is I didn't listen to everything my mom or my dad said, but I do know that those things that they told me those things because they love me. Okay. Where you are going, she has, and I have already been there. Okay. In essence, you look at me, I'm quite older than you. Where you going, I can look through the rearview mirror. I've been there, done that. All right. But I can assure you that what happened today is only a setback. But a setback is a setup for a major comeback. So this does not ruin your future. Okay. This is only a little speed bump. Okay. Somebody might say it's a stumbling block. But guess what? You can take that same stumbling block and make it a stepping stone. Okay. To reach higher places. All right. You know, you might be saying to yourself, man, it's the worst day of my life. Oh, I'm going through a storm. But you know, somebody once said that when you're walking through a storm, hold your head high and don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm, there's a golden sky and a sweet silver song of a lark. Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, though your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on with hope and with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. Now you notice I said your dreams are tossed and blown. I didn't say your dreams was blown away. You still have your dreams. So you need to pursue your dreams, okay? You'll be all right. All right, and you have a blessed day. And thanks for coming out here with your daughter.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Going to be in recess, 1:30.
Do I need to stay down here, Judge, until?
You can